When Buddhism came from India to Tibet, it came in kind of gradual ways. So it developed a number of different schools, and Sakya is one of them. And the Sakya school is actually originally associated with the Kern lineage. It was founded by Kunjo Gyalpo and established by Sachin Kunga Nyingbo and flourished by Sakya Pandita and Dongon Chogyam Phakpa. And then since then it flourished and went all over, not only in Tibet but also China and Mongolia and many parts. And it flourished and developed a number of sub-schools also. And so originally it was just one palace. And then during the Dangyi Shenpo Sangbopal's time, there was 4 palaces were developed. And gradually they all kind of extinct and remained what is known as a Tunshe Labrang. And the Tunshe Labrang was for a long time, and so many great masters, very learned and realized masters came through this Labrang. And then Dongpo Wondu Nyingpo's time, he had 4 sons. So again, Tunshe Labrang itself kind of split into 4 palaces. And 2 of the sons were monks. So while they were alive, of course there's palace, but then after that there was no continuation. And 2 of them are lineage holders, and so that's why today that we have the two palaces, the Dhamma Phota and Phuntsho Phota. And the head of the order goes alternately. Usually it is the senior Dongse or the son gets it, and the throne holding is for lifetime. So that means the younger Dongses do not have the opportunity to become the head of the order. And so we thought now both Labrangs, both palaces, Dongses have already grown up and they're already educated and they all completed their studies, most of them. So I felt it is important to organize system, and while the seniors ones are alive, that we let the younger ones take the responsibility so that we could advise them, and in the future also there's no problems, that kind of systematic ways. And so I discussed this with the Dakshin Rinpoche when he was alive, and we had agreed to do this. The agreement was signed on the 8th of May 2014. Before we announced it, we informed His Holiness Dalai Lama, and Dalai Lama was very pleased and gave the full blessings.
As it is mentioned in the joint statement by His Holiness the 41st Kongpa Teacher Rinpoche and His Holiness the Jigsaw Darshan Rinpoche on 8th of May 2014. So the role of Psychiatrism is to give precious and profound teachings such as Lamde Tsokche and Lopche, and also other major teachings, and also to preserve and flourish the Buddha Dharma in general, and also to improve the educational system and to make it very effective so that our future generation is in safe hands. And also it is important to look all the Sakya monasteries and nuns in general, like giving them supporting letters and all the other supports and help.
And then, but every Dongse must have some certain qualifications also. So we put some qualifications, and then it goes by seniority, but duration is, as Kenzo Doji-san suggested before, to do it for 3 years. This we could not fulfill while we are in Tibet, but now here in exile, that we are able to fulfill his wishes. So we are very, very pleased. And the timing was just right, because the agreement was signed in 2014, and then while Darshan Rinpoche was alive, and then Darshan Rinpoche passed away in 2016. In this system, every Dongse has the opportunity to become the head of the order, provided that they have the qualifications.
And also, one of the main things is to preserve this harmony that we have. At the moment, we have this harmony with our good Guru's blessing and guidance and advice. So we must in the future, so that through this harmony we can preserve and flourish the Buddha Dharma in general, and especially the Sakya tradition.
And so this is the way, and so in the agreement also we said this duration is for 3 years, but the last 2 years, due to the pandemic, that we could not have the enthronement, but this year we are going to have it. And so so in this way, that every Dongse will have the opportunity, and there will be no future problems, because it is all automatically that it goes after 3 years each. Dongse will take the responsibility. And so this year, normally in the course in Sakya, itself that we will have a very elaborate and grand ceremony of the enthronement. But now, because of the situation that we could not have it in Sakya, but we are having here in exile in Puruwala, because Puruwala we have the main monastery. The main monastery is in Puruwala, so that we are going to have the enthronement ceremony in Puruwala, the Sakya settlement, in the main monastery.
To everyone, this is your host and commentator, Tenzin Chöpak speaking, and we are viewing the historic occasion of the enthronement ceremony of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin, the procession. The site for the cultural program so the public are invited there to view the event live on a giant screen, so that we do not have congestion at the main shrine hall. Now, this is an aerial picture of Sakya Droma Potang at Purwala, Sakya settlement. So now we are seeing a group of monks bringing in auspicious banners and flags. So this is the view of Sakya Droma Potang at Purwala. It was completed in 2017, just before the enthronement ceremony of His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Tenzin. So there are a group of monks and some lay people with ceremonial dresses adorned with jewelry and headgear to welcome His Holiness Koma Teaching Rinpoche and His Holiness the 42nd and His Eminence Lutin Khenchen Rinpoche. So this is an aerial picture from a drone. And this picture is spectacularly taken by our camera and IT team from the site, and we are seeing the lush green pastures and vegetation of Purwala. And the distance from the Sakya Padang in Purwala to the main shrine hall, the Sakya Namgyaling Monastery, is about 300 meters. So it's a walking distance, comfortable walking distance. Now we are back at the main gate of Sakya Namgyaling Monastery. This monastery was inaugurated in 1980, and thereafter His Holiness Koma Teaching Rinpoche gave a Lamdri teaching at this monastery. It is the main seat of the Sakya tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, and it is located within the Sakya settlement. So in Tibet, where Sakya Lhangchimo, the great Sakya temple, is located, the principality of Sakya has its own government, has its own system of governance. And in exile, when His Holiness Koma Teaching Rinpoche came into exile after 1959, the Sakya settlement was established in Purwala. So within the Sakya settlement, within the Sakya settlement, the Sakya Namgyaling Monastery was established, and the monastery was completed in 1980. And it started as a monastery, and then later on it was transformed into a Buddhist learning institute, an institute for higher Buddhist studies. And it has been producing a great many numbers of Buddhist scholars trained in the Sakya school of thought. Now in the background, we can hear the longhorns a big trumpet. What we call in Tibetan, what we call as tungche. So it is signaling that the procession will start soon. Now we are looking at the inside compound, the compound inside Namgyaleng Monastery. I was told that His Holiness Kongma Teaching Rinpoche, His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Trizin, and His Eminence Lodin Khenchen Rinpoche are already in the shrine hall, the main shrine hall, and now we are waiting for the procession of the would-be enthroned His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin to arrive. So the procession is for the for His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin. In 2017, when His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Tenzin from Doma Potang to the main temple for the enthronement, the procession was very elaborate, and it was welcomed by hundreds and hundreds of people lined up on the street with flower garlands and flower petals. But this year we have made this procession much simpler due to the COVID restrictions. And now we are looking at the Sakya Drama Podang, where His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizin, the would-be enthroned Sakya Trizin, has just exited from the palace, and the procession is now on its way to the main temple. So the white umbrella that you are looking at the end of the procession, around the tail of the procession, is where His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizin is, where he is. So it seems like a long snaking procession. So now it has started to move. It's moving out from the main gate of Sakya Drama Podang, and we are now zooming in towards the white umbrella where His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizin, Gyana Vajra Rinpoche is. So he is taking slow steps. And thanks to modern technology, that we are able to be connected with this very historic occasion from a very remote village in Himachal Pradesh, from across the world. So we can see a group of traditional Tibetan dancers in the middle of the procession, and these traditional dances are considered auspicious at these special occasions. And we are also looking at a line of high-ranking Rinpoches, His Eminences, leading the procession with incense in their hands. So this is the main gate of the Sakya Thupten Namgyeling Monastery, the main seat of Sakya at Purwala. So it's a short walking distance from Sakya Drama Podang to this monastery, to this temple. So the procession won't take longer than 5 to 10 minutes to arrive here. It is early spring in Purwala, at the Sakya settlement. So it's a beautiful spring morning with blue skies. clear blue skies, indicating the auspiciousness of the occasion. And we have the general public participating the event from the Purwala Settlements football ground, where the organizing committee has organized giant screens to view the whole event. These men in orange vests are all volunteers to help us organize this grand event. And it has been a massive enterprise to organize this. So these men in orange vests and the ladies in white jackets has been indispensable in successfully organizing this historic event. We are looking at the inside compound, the compound inside Sakya Namgyeling, and it has been elaborately decorated with victory banners, flags, and flowers, and we can see the eight auspicious symbols being drawn with flower petals on the path. So it has been years of work for the organizing committee and the volunteers to organize this grand event. Now we can see the procession slowly proceeding towards the main temple, and you can see the symbols, drums, victory banners, the photographers. And these monks leading the procession with the ritual musics and victory banners are from the Sakya Namgyeling Monastery and Sakya Center, which is the main seat of His Holiness Gomma Teaching Rinpoche. Now the procession is gradually making its way and entering the main gate of the temple, and you can see these white-haired opera dancers. These are the Tashishopa groups, and Tashishopa was first introduced during the time of the 5th Dalai Lama, and now you are seeing the Kongar drum dance. These monks are from the Kongar monastery, and the Kongar drum dance is a very unique one, which is invented by Dzongpa Kunga Namgye in the 15th century. And the movements of the dance is according to Vajra Panjara Tantra. And it is traditionally performed on the 15th day of the first month of a Tibetan Lunar New Year. And this is Tashi Shopa, the auspicious opera dance. And it is followed by the conga drum dance. Now the procession and His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin has already entered within the monastic compounds, and there we can see His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin Gyana Vajra Rinpoche under the white umbrella, and Rinpoche is led by Khenpos, Rinpoches, His Eminences, Dungses of both the Potangs, and various dignitaries. There we can see the first glimpses of His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin, Gyana Rinpoche, and he has now entered the gate. This is Konkara Cham dance, the drum dance. So these monks from the monks from the Konkar monastery, they have been performing this since 15th century. So, and here we are looking at the traditional ceremonial dance from the local Tibetans from Sakya settlement in Purwala. And these are considered auspicious dances with all auspicious wordings. And here we are looking at a group of Khenpos with burning incense in their hands, leading the procession. We can see the Khenpos and the lamas of different monasteries, and we can also see the representatives of other traditions and the two members of Sakya's Tibetan parliament, and we can see the 27th Chögye Trizin Rinpoche, Jitsu monks, Tazi Khen Rinpoche, Dodin Khen Rinpoche, Zongsai Khenze Rinpoche, and Dungses. So we are also looking at Bodhichitta Rinpoche of Potang, who is next in line for the Sakya throne, and there is his dad, his father, and also Ani Vajra Rinpoche from Sakya Phunzal Podang. Now, His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizin is making his way slowly into the temple complex. As His Holiness Kongwan Teaching Rinpoche mentioned in the documentary that we viewed earlier, Sakya was established in 1073 by Rinpoche Gyalpo. And the Sakya throne has always been held by Kon lineages, except Pari Lotsawa, who was the teacher of Sajin Kongwan Yinpo. And now, His Holiness the 4th Psychiatrism has entered the monastic compound. You can see the Rinpoches from many different traditions welcoming His Holiness, making their way gradually into the main shrine hall. There we can see His Eminence Asanga Rinpoche, Abhikita Rinpoche, and now His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin is gradually making his way into the main shrine hall. And inside the shrine hall, he will be making mandala offerings to His Holiness Kongwan Teaching Rinpoche, 42nd Sakya Tenzin, His Eminence Ludin Khenchen Rinpoche. Now His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin has entered the main shrine hall. Flower petals are being showered from the temple top. There we can see His Holiness Sakya Tenzin the 43rd making prostration to the Lord Buddha, and His Holiness Kongwan Teaching Rinpoche, his root guru. and Rinpoche is wearing ceremonial robes with the traditional earring. And now he has made his way to offer scarf and blessing from the statue of the Lord Buddha. So it was in 7th century that Buddhism first came to Tibet with the Tibetan Emperor Songtsen Gampo promulgating that the Buddhism will be the state religion, and but the religion, the new religion was not able to take its foothold until 8th century. But in 8th century, Emperor Trizin Detsen was able to invite Abbot Shantarakshitra and Padmasambhava to Tibet, and thereafter the Buddhism was firmly established. Now here we see His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin making Mandala offering to his root guru, His Holiness Koma Trizin Rinpoche. Taking blessing from his root guru. Rinpoche is now proceeding towards His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Tenzin, also one of his root guru. Although His Holiness Koma Tenzin and His Holiness Sakya Tenzin the 42nd are his father and brother, but Rinpoche views them as their root gurus and treats them as accordingly as a root guru, not as his father or brother at any time. Now this is the seal, the Sakya seal that His Holiness 42nd Sakya Tenzin is handing over to 43rd, and this is very historic. So this is the Sakya seal that Rinpoche, the 42nd Sakya Tenzin is handing over to 43rd, and this marks the handover of the Sakya throne. So it is a very historic moment that we are looking at. And now His Holiness is making the Mandala offering to His Eminence Luding Khenchen Rinpoche. one of his main root gurus. And this completes the Mandala offering of the three root gurus. And now Rinpoche will take the seat of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin, the throne of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin. There he is. He's ascending the throne. So there we have the 43rd Sakya Tenzin, Gyanavajra Rinpoche, the head of the Sakya order of Tibetan Buddhism, taking the throne. Now this will be followed by the long life offering ceremony. So a great number of monks, Rinpoches, Khenpos, Lamas has been performing long life, White Tara long life rituals for the last 3 days in preparation for this long life offering to His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin. So the hundreds of monks who are gathered here are all have all completed the White Tara retreat, which takes more than a month. This is the prayer to pay homage to the Buddha. Now we are looking at His Eminence Tazi Khenren, which is the head of the current head of the Ngor subsect of Tibetan Buddhism, and then the one sitting next to him is 27th Chogi Chichin Rinpoche, the joint head of the Tsarpa subsect of Tibetan Buddhism, Sakya tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, and the thrones of His Holiness are elaborately decorated with flower garlands. And now we are looking at His Eminence Luding Khen Rinpoche and Dzongsa Khyentse Rinpoche And then we have a high-ranking Rinpoche from Kagyu tradition. Now we are looking at a group of Khenpos. The first one with the mouse is Khenpo Jordan from IBA, then Khenpo Giant Tenzin from Mongol, and then we have the Khenpo from Sakya Center, Khenpo Ngawang Gyaltsen, and we are now looking at Avikitra Vajra, who is next in line for the Sakya throne. He's from Phunza Podang, and then beside him is Asanga Vajra Rinpoche from Phunza Podang as well. Avikitra Vajra Rinpoche resides at Dzongsa Monastery, and he has completed his studies there. And on the left side of the gathering, if on the front row, we see we've just seen a group of reincarnated tulkus. And on the right-hand side are the Khenpos. So on the left-hand side, these are the chukus on the reincarnated chukus on the front line. And now we are looking at a group of dignitaries. The first seated is Lobsang Jimpa, who is the secretary of Ganden Podang, the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the second one is Chime Tseang, who is the representative of central administration, Tibetan administration in Dharamsala, and the one sitting next to her is dignitary as a dignitary from Sikkim government. Now we are looking at the elder Dongses of Punto Podang, and the first sitting is the father of Asanga Vajra Rinpoche, and the next is the father of Avikitra Vajra Rinpoche. And we are now looking at Dongse Akasha, son of His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Tenzin, and next to him is Dongse Siddharth Vajra Rinpoche, who is the son of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin. So here we have the Jitumas. The first one is Jituma Ngochime Pelter, and the next two is Jituma Tsejin Lamo, and the next to her is the little Jituma of His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Tenzin, and next is Gerim Chemo and Damo Galden Dunki. So here we are looking at Dhamma Kandila, and next to her is the sister of Luding Shabdung Rinpoche.
Shiva tamje jan sanje na chansen na jomde deme tuji guru tenamje shin chime tsiye ngodu tamje beze gabe namra jendande tuji kolu da yidu namra kuzi da sunam da yije la zuba ge bara chinge la bara inguru omandari tudari turi ayur binin jana pustin kuru soha.
Now we are looking at the dhammas of the two podans. On the far left is the Dhammasonam Palki, the wife of His Holiness the 43rd, and the middle one is Dhamul Hanzela, mother of Avikita Vajrarinpoche, and the one in maroon top is the mother of Asanga Vajrarinpoche. So right now the Sangha is reciting White Tara mantra, and there we are looking at Jijum Chimeluding, elder sister of His Holiness Kumatichin Rinpoche. So it is just announced that the Tensum offering, the body, speech, and mind offerings will start shortly, and it is advised that all those who are making offerings, representatives of different organizations and centers, are requested to queue up, and the offering will begin with a Mandala offering by the representative of Gandhi Potang, the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Now we are getting an aerial view from the site where this grand historic event is taking place. So Avikita Rinpoche and Asanga Rinpoche, they are cousins from the Punso Palace. They were both born in the United States, but have lived in India from very early childhood to study rituals and Buddhist philosophy, and they have now both graduated from respective institutes of learning. Now this is the public viewing site. So the general public are invited to this football ground where they have organized giant screens to view live streams. So in the front row we have the dignitaries from Dharamshala, the seat of Tibetan government in exile, the Central Tibetan Administration, and now we are getting beautiful visuals from the drone overlooking the Purwala Buddhist Institute's complex. Sakya Rinpoche, the 27th Chogye Teaching Rinpoche, and next to him is Luding Shakung Rinpoche. And Sakya Rinpoche is the current throne holder of the Ngor subsect of Psychic tradition, and 27th Chogye Teaching is the joint throne holder of the Tsarpa subsect of Sakya tradition. And both these Rinpoches come from Mustang, the Himalayan region in Nepal. And people in Mustang are of Tibetan origin, and they speak Tibetan language and write Tibetan language. Now, this is the tea offering prayer. So ceremonial tea and rice is being offered, and this is the tea offering prayer. An aerial footage of Sakya to Namgeling. And this is the prayer for the rice offering. And the lady in green is Kunchok Chudun, a member of Tibetan Parliament, and she is a cousin of the 43rd Psychiatrism. Now, this is the proctor, the disciplinarian, reading the list of sponsors and their request for prayers. And he's the disciplinarian of the Sakya Magun of the Namgyali Monastery. And as the host of this event is the organizing committee of the enthronement ceremony of the 43rd Sakya Trizin. So the request is from the organizing committee. So the organizing committee is requesting the gathering, the holy gathering, to pray for the long life of our world gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, His Holiness Trizin Rinpoche, His Holiness 42nd Psychiatrism, His Eminence Lodin Khenchen Rinpoche, and other, all the holders of Dharma of all the different traditions of Buddhism, and they are also making the request for the Sangha to pray for the successful reign of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin, now His Eminence Lodin Khenchen Rinpoche is prostrating in front of Trizin Rinpoche And Rinpoche is the son of Jitsu Kusho, Jitsu Chime Luding, who is the elder sister of His Holiness Goma Teaching Rinpoche. And his father is Se Kusho, younger brother of His Eminence Luding Ken Rinpoche. Rinpoche has undergone ritual studies from more monastery in India, and thereafter he completed his Buddhist philosophical studies at Sakya College. And in 2000, Luding Khyentse Rinpoche was enthroned as the abbot of or the head of the Ngor tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. Now Rinpoche is holding the mandala, which represents the universe, and he is helped and flanked by two representatives of Sakya tradition to the Tibetan parliament. So one on right is Khenpo Katak Ngodup Sonam, and the left is Loben Tuten Gyaltsen. Khenpo Katak Ngodup Sonam, the one on the right with spectacles, is from Zhongsha Monastery, and the one on the left, Loben Tuten Gyaltsen, is from Sakya Tuten Namgyalin Monastery. Now, Luding Khyentse Rinpoche has started his Mandala Offering. So he will make an elaborate commentary on the commentary of the universe, and then make the offering to the 43rd Sakya Chintse Rinpoche. So the tradition of Mandala Offering is practiced throughout Tibetan Buddhism. It's part of the Vajrayana tradition, which represents a symbolic offering of the entire universe, along with one's body, speech, and mind. So this so this prototype mandala, the prototype universe that Rinpoche is holding, so the process of building the mandala and the action that involves with it is believed to purify our bodies. By making such a offering, this prototype universe, we purify our bodies of any karmic residues or negative karmas. And with the recitation of sound and mantras of the Mandala Offering, we purify our speech, and the visualization that involves with this mandala offering, that so that the whole universe is being visualized, and the mandala is visualized as an entire Pure Land universe. So by transforming such an grand offering, we purify our minds. So now, Ludin Karen, which while making the description of the mandala, is he's reading his he's commenting on His Holiness 43rd Sakya biography, a brief biography. So with the complete activity of building the mandala, recitation of the mantras, and visualization of the entire universe into a Pure Land, we offered our transformed pure body, speech, and mind to our Guru, and request for their long life and continuously turn the wheel of Dharma. Now this, we are looking at Jizumas, Emchimo, Tamo, so from the Drama Palace, members of the Drama Podang Palace. These mandalas are pretty heavy, so it could weigh about up to 5 kgs, and it's pretty heavy to hold for long period of time. Therefore, Rinpoche is assisted with the two members of the parliament from the Sakya tradition. And now, Ludin Karen, which is speaking about the teachers that His Holiness the 43rd Gyanavajra Rinpoche has sought, the teachers that from whom Rinpoche has received teachings. So that includes His Holiness Dalai Lama, Khenchen Ape Rinpoche, late Khenpo Mingman Tsering. We are looking at Tamo Kalden Druki, the wife of His Holiness the 42nd Psychiatrism. The hat that Rinpoche, Luding Khin Rinpoche is wearing is the same hat. The design is the same as the one we can see with the images of Sakya Kunka Gyaltsen, one of the 5 founding masters of the Sakya tradition. And although Rinpoche is entitled to wear one of those Sakya Sakya leading master's hat, like what is called the Sashu. But lately Rinpoche has opted to wear a similar hat to Sakya Pendita because he feels that only the throne holders or the Khon lineage are entitled to wear the Sashu, and he opted to wear the Sakya Pendita style hat. And this is the chant master of Sakya Center, Mawatinge, and he is the senior chant master. And behind him is Khenpo Tenzin Sangpo of Kakchute Monastery in Mustang, another graduate of Sakya College. Now Rinpoche is commenting on His Holiness Gyana Rinpoche's activities regarding the propagation of Vajrakilaya rituals across the globe. His Holiness Gyana Rinpoche has been holding Vajrakilaya tours across the globe, and the most recent one was in France, in Paris. Rinpoche has been doing these tours many times across Southeast Asia and in Mongolia. And in last year, he held one in France, Paris, at the request of France Sechin Association. And at the far right corner, we are looking at the Ama Drogarla, who is one of the pillars at Sakya Droma Podang, and she used to be the nanny of both His Holiness Sakya Trizin the 42nd and the 43rd. And both the Rinpoches fondly call her Ama, mother.
Pongba la sege zowa, mitimba dimba, digba je kambo chela juba la, ngedang gibe kone nye le dobe tabla.
His Eminence is commenting about Gyana Rinpoche's exceptional compassionate nature and now we are looking at Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche from Ponzok Palace. Is the younger brother of Avikidra Vajra Rinpoche. And Rinpoche, Abhaya Vajra Rinpoche is fully ordained. And he will be the 45th Sakya Tenzin in 6 years' time. And there we have Rodin Khenchen Rinpoche. Rinpoche is the oldest living master of Sakya tradition among the Sakyapas. And there we have Avikitra Vajra Rinpoche and Asanga Vajra Rinpoche. Now the commentary until now concludes a brief biography of His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Tenzin Gyana.
Tianwa ma lu ma engara ma endubia ma emedo marme ma etija ma enye ma
So the two parliamentarians holding the mandala and the within Kingdom, which making the offering represents the spiritual and temporal aspects of the Sakyapa tradition. So it represents the whole of Sakyapas making the mandala offering and requesting His Holiness Gyana Vajra Rinpoche to live long and continuously turn the wheel of Dharma. And this part of mandala offering is very unique to Sakya tradition because it is composed by Donggun Chökye Pakpa, the fifth among the 5 founding masters. And Donggun Chökye Pakpa was the imperial preceptor to the Mongol Emperor Kublai Khan. So So, as I said earlier, that with this mandala offering, we are offering our purified body speech and mind. And with this, we request the Guru to live long and continuously turn the wheel of Dharma.
Nam ge yin gu gu la gyab ji sim che yin ta ji zip nam bara ne ne chu gi gyabu gyawa ya gyaz rangya dali nam gyave gune gorove kien goro gundo nam bara chebe cheba gungi nye gyoro ji ade ne jan jo nye beba ta ye le da lon je da tu zumo ge be ngo bo nam
We are drawing close to the main Mandala offering. Now, we can see the little Dungse Siddhant making his way out. He is the youngest son and child of 43rd Sakya Trizin Gyanarvaja Rinpoche. So now the mandala is being offered to the 43rd Sakya Trizin Rinpoche. You need considerable strength to hold that mandala. So Rinpoche did that pretty easily without much effort. So now this concludes the main Mandala offering by his led by His Eminence Ludin Khen Rinpoche. And next we will have the line procession of Mandala offerings. The first one we are seeing is the representative of Gandhi Potang, the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And the lady next is Chime Tsayang, the Secretary of Department of Religion, Central Tibetan Administration, representing the Kashak, the cabinet of the Tibetan administration. And the next is the representative of the Tibetan Parliament in exile. And this is the Mr. Pema Jungni, the former Speaker of the Tibetan Parliament. Next is Acharya Ishipunzo, the former Deputy Speaker of the Tibetan Parliament. And this is Mr. Kamaishi, a former finance minister of the Tibetan administration. And we now have Jizu Kusho, the elder sister of His Holiness, one of the root gurus of, excuse me, that's not Jizu Kusho. So that now we have other dignitaries from Sikkim, the Tibetan Parliament, and other various from representative from other traditions. So now we have Akasha Vajrarinpoche, the elder son of the 42nd Sakya Rinpoche, offering the mandala. And that was Ongdu Rinpoche from Digunka tradition, making the Mandala Offering. And we have other dignitaries from various organizations and monasteries making their way to make the Mandala Offering. Now we see both Avikitra Vajrarinpoche and Asanga Vajrarinpoche making their way to offer mandalas to the newly enthroned Sakya Tenzin. And there is Abhaya Vajrarinpoche making prostrations. So this is Ani Vajrarinpoche, this elder son of Dachin Rinpoche, His Holiness Dachin Rinpoche, making the Mandala Offering. And
Tabda shira devara yo moy guru ayandari zabari vaidire nambuze devu yalimburinja
Avalokita
devu
Rinpoche was born through Zaya Rinpoche and Damo Lanse in Seattle. And Rinpoche had his formal ritual studies at there we see Zaya Rinpoche just made his offering, and then we now have Avalokita Rinpoche making offering of a statue, and Rinpoche Gyana Rinpoche had a good look at it. And so the statue is offered by Abhayavadra Rinpoche. And then we have wheel, Dharma wheel offered by Asanga Vajra Rinpoche. So this represents the body, speech, mind, and quality and the activity of the Buddhas. So now we are looking at Her Eminence Jitun Kusho Jitun Chimeloding, elder sister of Hongman Trizin Rinpoche. And she is the aunt of the present Psychiatrism, the 43rd. And she is also one of his root gurus. And Jitun Kusho lives in Seattle, in Vancouver, in Canada. And Gyana Rinpoche is very fond of his aunt, Jitun Kushola. And he respects her immensely, also as his root guru, one of his root guru. And there we see the mother of Asanga Rinpoche, Tamo Chimela. And this is Gyana Vajra Rinpoche's son, Siddharth Vajra Rinpoche. So he is the elder son. And this is the younger son, Siddhant Vajra Rinpoche. So these, provided that they complete their education and all the other requirements, these little dungsis are all eligible for the Sakya throne. In the coming years and decades. And that's Jituma Trizin Hamo, Gyana Vajra Rinpoche's eldest daughter. So these are representatives of different traditions of Tibetan Buddhism, representatives of different monasteries.
Lama jizemi jiveri da yeba yonsu gyurba len gombo zeda yeji abadu meba gudu gala marveda shaji jani je sirje bomba jimi düze joge je kanva nyamja je dena dada rimbo je genje gemba shabdu je gidu Taguru Gundu Zagi Lama Yidama Sanji Jansi Tinsu Nala Sanba Nguisu Ndu Jimbali Tuji Guibi Zuba Denam Je Lami Guzi Tinji Tinli
So it is
Nyebra
customary to for the different traditions to make offerings at a Sakya enthronement ceremony. So in Tibet, the representatives of the Tibetan government, and representatives of His Holiness Dalai Lamas would attend the enthronement ceremony along with the heads or the representatives of other different traditions. So at the moment we are looking at Lodin Khyentse Rinpoche making his personal offering to His Eminence, His Holiness Gyalwar Rinpoche, and this is His Eminence Shabdrung, Lodin Shabdrung Rinpoche. And this is His Eminence Dzongsa Khyentse Rinpoche making long life offering to His Holiness the 43rd, and Rinpoche offered a special amulet. Now we cannot speculate what's in that amulet. Must be something precious and an antique. And His Eminence Dzongsa Khyentse Rinpoche is also one of the root gurus of His Holiness the 43rd. Rinpoche has received many teachings from His Eminence Dzongsa Khyentse Rinpoche. And now His Eminence Dzongsa Khyentse Rinpoche is making his Mandala Offering. Rinpoche is the current head of the Morpa subsect of Sakya tradition. And this appears to be Sumang Kawang Rinpoche from Kagyu tradition, with his mask on. It is I'm not definitive. His Holiness Ganavajra Rinpoche has many close friends among the leading new generation of teachers from other traditions. And Suman Kawan Rinpoche is one of them. Rinpoche, His Holiness Gyana Rinpoche believes in the non-sectarian movement, and he believes that all the Buddhist traditions should work together as Buddhist brothers and sisters and work tirelessly for the longevity of the Buddha Dharma on this planet. So Rinpoche maintains a very close relationships with many the masters of many other different traditions. So when we see the Mandala offerings along with a statue and a scriptural text and a stupa, these three represents body, speech, and mind. So when you offer a statue, it represents the body. When you offer a text, it represents the speech. And when you offer the statue, it represents the stupa, it represents the mind, the purified mind, which you offer to the Guru. And this is the 27th Chogye teaching Rinchen Paltor, who is the joint head of the Tarpa subsect of Sakya tradition. The Mandala offering of from different monasteries, representative of different organizations, is still continuing. So this is the Kongsa Shabdung Rinpoche's teacher. The long line of offerings is still continuing. People have been queuing to make this offering for hours. And this is Lo Shabdung Rinpoche from Mustang. So you can see the sacks of wheat, salt, tea, and all these traditional offerings. And we just saw a man in white Tibetan traditional dress, and it is considered very auspicious to have a gray hair elderly man with white chupa to make the offering, so that the Rinpoches also live until his hair becomes gray and live very long. And this is the offering from the Purwala Tibetan settlement, the representatives from this very settlement. And they are also holding the traditional offerings of brocade and wheat, rice, and tea. And these are offerings from our Chinese speaking devotees. So here we have the leader of the Purwala Sakya Tibetan settlement, Tenzi Kungala. Now these are the representatives of the Ngor and Sakya Center and other monasteries and organizations. And in the evening, from this very ground, this Sakya football ground, we will be viewing the life story of Sakya Pandita Kunga Gyaltsen performed by the Tibetan Institute of Performing Arts. And it will start at 7 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Avakitra Vajrarinpoche has come up again to make another offering. He must be representing another organization. And in the current picture frame, we are looking at stones like Khyentse Rinpoche and Lodin Khyentse Rinpoche. Now Avakita Rinpoche stood up to make another set of offerings of statue so these 5 objects of offering, the statue, the scriptural text, stupa, and now Rinpoche is making the offering of scriptural texts so that His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizin will continuously turn the wheel of Dharma. Avikita Vajrarinpoche was born in 1993 in Seattle, and Rinpoche started his Buddhist education from the tender age of 4 at Sakya Center beginning with rituals. So this offering of stupa represents the mind, the mind of clear, luminous nature, which is the union of the true truths and with its compassion continuously uphold the sentient beings. Now this is the offering of vas, which represents the qualities of the Buddha. And with this offering, may the 43rd Sakya Trizin continuously help sentient beings with the great qualities of the Buddha. Now this is the offering of Vajra and bell, and it represents activity of the Buddha. So with this offering, may the 43rd Sakya Trizin continuously perform the activities of the Buddha and graciously uplift sentient beings from the cycle of samsara. This is a very beautiful picture of the very harmonious and Dharma Vajra brother like relationship between the two palaces of the Sakya tradition. Now we have the representative of the Ngor tradition making the offering. Now we are listening to the Sanskrit Mandala Offering by Boyam Kusuma Buddhist organization from Nepal. This is the 37 Mandala Offering in Sanskrit. Bhayam Kusuma Buddhist organization is a Buddhist organization based in Kathmandu, Nepal, and their head is Sridhara Ratna Rinpoche, Rana Rinpoche. Rana Rinpoche is ethnically Nepali, but and he was well trained in the Hindu tradition, and Rana Rinpoche later met many Tibetan lamas, including his root guru, Chokye, the late Vajradhara Chokye Trizin Rinpoche, who instructed him to stay in He Vajra retreat, and Rana Rinpoche completed a number of He Vajra retreats for many years. And Bhayam Kusuma organization has branches in many parts of Nepal and also in Europe and in England, in the United Kingdom.
Meruchaturdiparkendubushitang Buddhachetra-tve mamarpayami Yataha sarvasattva Shuddhachetre ramantam Idam Gururatna Mandala nirayatayami.
That was a very beautiful, melodious Mandala offering by the Bhayam Kusuma Buddhist group from Nepal. And it was led by Shri Rana Rinpoche's concert Guruma. Now we are reciting the long life ceremony, long life puja, long life prayer of His Holiness Koma Teaching Rinpoche. And this is the ones who are offering blue scarves to His Holiness 43rd are from Mongolia, people from Mongolia, and they have come all the way from Mongolia to be present at this very important historic occasion. And Rinpoche has very close ties with the people of Mongolia for the last 5-6 years. And now we are looking at the wife concert of Rana Rinpoche making the offering. We just led the beautiful Mandala offering in Sanskrit. Now there'll be a long queue of people making their offerings, and they are representing different organizations, monasteries, Dharma centers, and individuals from different parts of the world. So as they slowly make their way to make the offering, the Sangha is reciting the long life prayer, long life prayers of the root gurus.
Bajuru ji dola ji me jo ji zi la la ma ta su du re ya zo yi xie la ngui tu zi
This is
ba
the
me
long life
me
prayer of the 43rd Sakya Trizin.
Shabde zo yande dara la san da be so da ba de ju nye den de jo la ma le den ze tu be do ye me ye shabde te le be ge le zo ye jam ba ba ye bo be de re jen zo yang jie ga me jie do ye bong be jie ten be jie nu re se me tong jian be te jie qu ge nie ma ye cuo xie zu jiang be ba le ge zi we ge sa la
And
ji
now they are
ni me
reciting
yin
the
jie
long life
ya
prayer of His Eminence Luthien Khinchen Rinpoche.
so xie zo ya zo nie no re zi ma me ge si na zo ti mi ye no bi gan du jo de nie ti bi yours Kordin go ya mi xie do xie chu de tu para me se je so be ma la ya luan ye je zi ding ye po yo wa le dub nye du se te be ba da yin go je de son shu mian ba yi zu ye da xie yuan de ma le jun be ne da xie sen ba
Due to
xian
COVID
bo ye chang
protocols,
be
the organizing committee has restricted only invited guests to come to attend this ceremony. But still, we have long queues of people representing different organizations and different Dharma centers. Now, here we are seeing Chewan Rinpoche, and Rinpoche is making offering on behalf of Sakya Center. Chewan Rinpoche is one of the senior most lamas at Sakya Center.
Den de re je me je zo be guru gan Chime tse she la mo ye chen de ma. Chime tse la wang we tso nama ji. Chime tse ye ngwe do ye tsa do su. Re son be me do ye la la ma ne. Ken ze nu de ran ye zo ye nye mu ro. Sa de long do be za la ge ze ne de ja li xie gun. Ta de zo ye nga wan ju zhe la re kun je dong. Do gu ga ze te jin do nga lam. Pen de ba du ba we ti le ji. San be wan ye ya bu ye shab de su. Nam da tim de se ye sa xie la. Tu sama gom be ren je do ma zi. Che zi zum da je de ba ren ye. Gyab ju ren wa lu bo ye ten shu su. Gyab wa nye ba je. Ni ju se ma shi. Gyabye lam sai sa mo ye lo she nama gya wa chi she du. Shab de zo ya bin zo gya se du ge ta she ban. Pan de sa ge chu
It's early
se ba
spring in
ne
Purvala,
ne ju
Himachal Pradesh, and but still it seems to be very warm there, and especially with a, a huge gathering in a shrine hall that will make the body heat of many attendees will make the shrine hall very warm, and during the last enthronement ceremony in 2017, the weather was very cold, and we saw snowfalls on the peaks behind the Sakya Namgyeling Monastery, and that was in March, also in March, and the contrast of the weather during these two enthronement ceremonies is huge. Traditionally, the Psychiatrists hold the throne for life. So the throne of Psychiatrism is being held alternatively by the members of the senior members of the two Sakya Podans, namely the Droma Podang and Punso Podang. So since Kunjo Gyabo established the Sakya monastery in 1073, the Sakya throne was continuously held by Khon lineage, except Parilotsawa Rinchen in 11th century. Parilotsawa held the Sakya throne for 8 years, just to fill in Sachen Kunka Nyingbo while he was very young. So Sachen Kunka Nyingbo's mother requested Parilotsawa, who was the teacher of Sachen Kunka Nyingbo, to take the throne for 8 years while Sachen Kunka Nyingbo was undergoing receiving teachings and undergoing his studies. So from then on, the Sakya throne was held by Khon lineages until the Khon lineages they were dispersed into 4 different palaces during the time of Danyi Chenpo Sangbopel in late 13th century. But then 3 of the palaces gradually dissipated, and only 1 palace remained, which was the Tunjur Labrang. And Tunjur Labrang was also was divided into 2 palaces because the 2 elder there were 4 sons, and 2 became monk, and the 2 remain lineage holders. And the lineage holders, their families were later became the Sakya Droma Podang and Punso Podang. And His Holiness the 41st Sakya Trizin, now the Koma Chichen Rinpoche, was first designated as the 41st Sakya throne holder at the age of 5 or 6 in 1951 by His Holiness Dalai Lama. And later in 1958, while there was political upheaval in Tibet with the looming occupation of the country, His Holiness the 41st formal enthronement was held in a haste in 1958. So His Holiness 41st Sakya Trizin then came into exile in 1959, and from 1958, from after his formal enthronement until 2017, Rinpoche reigned the Sakya throne as the longest serving Sakya Trizin for nearly 6 decades. And in 2014, His Holiness Koma Chichen Rinpoche and Dajin Rinpoche, Jigda Dajin Rinpoche, agreed to introduce a new system for the succession of the Sakya throne. So it was mutually agreed and signed by the two palaces in May 2014, and it was endorsed and welcomed by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. And the new system will allow qualified Dungsis from both the Podangs to take the Sakya throne for 3 years respectively. And the first among those was His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Tenzin Ratna Vajra Rinpoche. And now we are viewing the enthronement ceremony of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin Gyanavajra Rinpoche. And this will be followed by Dongses from Punto Palace. Excuse me. Long queue of representatives of different monasteries and organizations is still going on, and I expect it to go on for quite some time. In the meantime, the assembly is reciting a long live prayer of His Holiness Goma Teacher Rinpoche. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at the live pictures from Sakya Thupten Namgyeling Monastery, where His Holiness the 43rd Sakya Trizin Gyana Vajra Rinpoche is being enthroned. So now we are looking at drone footage of the very monastery, Sakya Namgyaleng Monastery, and it was inaugurated in 1980, and it started as a monastery where rituals are being taught, and then later on it was transformed into a Buddhist Philosophical Institute. So currently it serves as the Sakya Institute of Higher Buddhist Studies.
Namda tim desi ye saşyala tezama gomberin je domazi çezi zomda je de barengi kavjure valüm boye teşosu gavani baji.
Now we are receiving beautiful drone footage of Sakya Namgyaleng Monastery, surrounded by lush green pastures of lush green paddy fields, and in the distance left corner we can see the Sakya Potang. Now this project of broadcasting live feed from this enthronement ceremony is manned by more than 30 competent camera person and IT specialist and our support team on site and off site. And it is an arduous task for the organizing committee to bring seamless live broadcast from a remote village in Himachal Pradesh, India. And so far, the team has been doing a great job connecting hundreds and thousands of Sakyapas and followers of Tibetan Buddhism worldwide to this very historic and special occasion of the enthronement ceremony of the 43rd Sakya Tenzin Gyana Vajra Rinpoche. I welcome all our viewers from across the globe. We have viewers from as far as from South America to Mongolia, from Australia to United States. So I welcome all of you. Purvala Sakya settlement, where the Sakya monastery to the Namgeling is situated, is right across the border from Uttarakhand, where the state capital is Dehradun. It is a good 2 hours drive from Dehradun, and it sits in the border region of Himachal Pradesh. And to the left of the settlement, about a few kilometers, like probably 5 kilometers away, the great river of Yamuna is flowing. So now we can see the lush green paddy fields of Purvala from this drone footage. Purvala Sakya Institute had a number of very prominent abbots. Among them was Khen Rinpoche Rinchen, who was a graduate from Dzongsa Institute in Tibet. And Khen Rinpoche Rinchen was one of the most celebrated scholars of his time. Even His Holiness Dalai Lama once praised Khen Rinpoche Rinchen's scholastic qualities, saying that after his passing away, there is lacking of such a quality scholar among the Tibetan Buddhist traditions. And Khen Rinpoche Rinchen was not only a great scholar of the Sakya tradition, but he is well versed and has a wealth of knowledge of all the major traditions of Tibetan Buddhism. And Khen Rinpoche Rinchen was succeeded by Khen Rinpoche Gyatso, Khen Rinpoche Sonam Gyatso, who was also the former abbot of Sakya College, the prestigious Buddhist Philosophical Institute, where both His Holiness 42nd and 43rd were trained. And Khen Rinpoche Sonam Gyatso is also one of the most learned and prominent living scholars of Sakya tradition these days. Khen Rinpoche Sonam Gyatso established the Tsechen Samdruling, Tsechen Punzoling, Tsechen Samde Punzoling Institute in Mandala, and it is now a premier institute of Sakya nuns, and Rinpoche, the Khen Rinpoche Sonam Gyatso is also the teacher of Asanga, Dungse Asanga Vajra Rinpoche. So Sakya Purvala Institute has had a list of prominent Sakya scholars as their abbot. So this long line of people making offerings are representatives of different monasteries, centers, and Dharma organizations across the globe. Due to the COVID pandemic and the government restrictions, many of our fellow Sakyapas from across the globe were not able to join the enthronement ceremony in person, but they have sent their offerings and representatives, proxy representatives to this enthronement ceremony. And the gentleman in the Tibetan tradition with the monks is the representative of Sakya Losal Chazong and the Buddhist community, Sakya Buddhist community in Australia. Of the long life. particles that there's some internet connection issues going on site at Purwala.
Sambo Shabji Bime Dashi Joya Dove Lama Jiji Bindi Kera Wanjo Joji Janga Yanja Wanje Saja Bimba Yirani Bidashi Rajama Joja Java Tamji Sazu Jidu
Recording in progress.
Nam ga yin da shi gu nam ga yin do yin da gu cha yin do so so gu nam ga yin do yin me ya su gu cha so na ya yin de me che wa ma de jom ze ba ya gue me do nga gyur ba nam je sa je ze ba me je da ji ya ba la mo de ge da be sha zuma cha je ra ji me ba ye je ba ye che ya jo
These are the recitation of auspicious verses. We are getting low bandwidth connection from Purwala.
Zobe sanje donje dashi joye joje dola genze rabe jojure sanje donje dashi rabe jojure cheje gola jograbe joje doge yozo yoze jojo sanje namje dashi joye chaya chana doje jere banam saye ni bodhi Nam
Now we are at the closing stages of the enthronement ceremony, the first session of the enthronement ceremony of the 43rd Psychiatrism Ganavajra Rinpoche. And we will have a lunch break until 3 o'clock, and at 3 we will resume the ceremony with His Holiness 43rd Psychiatrism, giving a teaching on the sage's intent of Sakya So I thank everyone joining us from near and far for taking part in this historic event, and our apologies for the poor network connection that we are receiving from Purwala. As I mentioned earlier, Purwala is a small village situated in the Himalayas, the foothills of the Himalayas, and we are thankful that we have been able to somehow participate in this very important occasion through this broadcast. So this concludes the morning session of the enthronement ceremony of His Holiness 43rd Sakya Tenzin Gyalwang Rinpoche. Now, these are the concluding rituals of the long life puja. And this is the culmination of the 3 days of long life pujas that a great many number of monks and sangha headed by His Holiness the 40th Sakya, second Sakya Tenzin, has been doing for the long life offering of the 43rd Sakya Trizin. All the Rinpoches, Khenpos, monks participating in this White Tara long life puja are all have completed their White Tara retreats, which takes more than a month. So
Anurada me baba subakaya me baba savasute me bariya sava gama suzame sudem shiriya guru ha bhagavani sarvada gada gada menzana magama zambazir mahasamaya sa jeje nyama jebe chenla duda gire nebe dashiri tazo bane nize dashi juwa shunye dembe jojo lana tamji duze dembe chenla je nyama danga dembe dashiri tazo bane nize dashi Gindu yende rinja babra ba jaze benze dembe jenda je nyebe jendo jezo nambala tado bande nize da je jo sanda lama sumbe jenda je benze ta ye da je ne jura dele samba yi jendo ba da zere ne me de je demra jo lo ja zo je denja sire ne me de je bizo zo te ba chola nyebra jungwa ye da je de ja dindre dele Chime se yambala longje je ribe loza namje shera na sida shive bajragan dige linje debe da jo ben lo me da linje do goze me jura sa she de jasan she do gimi ke la chebe da shi
Recording in progress.
Tembo yen doje menga same zo zinje gongana Tembo yuri amba juru je jaya kenze wambo ta sando lodre wambo zo kazo tambo jing chodu gendo ba juru je kanje bege dewa dorje de bande saje juze
Recording in progress.
tanda de seta shue chila tanda de shela kor tanda di dining area thangbu tila tanda di lama namba che ani tanda di pungda kabo yingi de white bay shue wati che ani kimbo tuku de dining area thangbu tila resha ani dining area nipa da sumba da ani di lama sama tila perona shue yi
Hello, 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 hello.
No.
Are you connected now?
Yeah.
Just on the off chance. Cool. If you wanted to record, you'd have to get whoever the host is to give you permission. And probably the other thing you'd need to do is put it to the speaker view.
Oh yeah, when I'm translating him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it will record only. Yeah. I don't know. What they will put on the YouTube.
Well, yeah. Well, it's because it's going live to YouTube. It'll stay on YouTube. But
No, I don't think so.
Huh?
That's
Not staying.
I'm not sure. There are few
Chanju Shinwa Chungdu Didi Bongji Sada Kala Gunjawaj Dorji Dundu Dani Kolu Meda Rida Kari Tenvi Charbi Bai Zuru Nambrai Tobdi Medu Taji Chanju Doji Zimba Na Chambi Duji Lebra Zobe Zanji Kanyi Dela Geja Zai Chiji Shinji Denli Du Samda Jurba Pin Chanju Dambo Duji Zi Sanya Nambo Tudu Yi Chinda Zidimi Zido Zindi Gombra Zi Samdi Sheraba Tarjim Be Paru Chinzu Cheja Jogi Dambo Dambo
Few verses of supplication prayer are being chanted before the teaching begins. Hope all of you can hear me. I'm translating for His Holiness 43rd Sakya Trinzin's inaugural teachings today on this auspicious occasion. May His Holiness live long and fulfill the wishes of all his forefathers, Holy Father and his brother. How blessed we are to be able to see him and hear him, unlike in 1073 when first Sakya monastery was established.
Jisu vai gombo jala da jaba je ngewe de dova da mode male pamze da nyede tambe do jaze tamba londe ze de lezo tamba nama kyuje dingire be chanju le do juba da larya jala da jaba je kyuje sene jambe Loma shara dade boy chamba jazaba tambara semche suji tezama za ki meje za zeje
This is
yende
eulogy to Shakyamuni Buddha.
Vesere go jeda wadon jinye je chuje namba gunye me shebe deshen do ja la ja de lama isha je re
What?
purama dunje
What? You can hear me. Is it? Oh, good.
dove gunje nyordo do bara jo bande zave lama rembo daje jeura me dejo ne kade shebe gone kuzo doje ngwe do za do izo sheja tamje sibe jenyam ba doge dube doje je
One
zambi
verse praise to Sakya Pandita is being chanted as we speak. And next is verse praise to Drongon Chogyal Pakpa. In fact, they're chanting the whole biographical eulogy to Sakya Pandita. This teaching is, of course, written by Sakya Pandita, hence the recitation of the praise to Sakya Pandita's biographical eulogy is being recited as we speak. Sakya Pandita is the fourth patriarch of Sakya lineage of the first 5 founding masters. He's the grandson of Sachen Kungpa Nyingpo and uncle of Drongon Chokya Pakpa, and of course nephew of Sonam Tsemo and Jesu Trapa Gyaltsen. And Sakya Pandita wrote clarifying the sage's intent in Mongolia, in ancient Lanchao, and he actually did not manage to return to Tibet, and then he sent this text back to Tibet, saying that even if his age allowed him to return to Tibet, there's nothing more than he can teach than what is contained in this book. So since then, clarifying the sage's intent, Stupa Gongsel, has become the most famous text identified as unique to the Sakyapa masters, and often whenever the Psychiatrism is enthroned, the inaugural teachings are given on this very text. I would have thought it would be good to have all of the text taught during, but these days at least a short teaching is given just to mark the auspicious beginning. We Sakyapas probably could request the future Sakyapa leaders to teach on this text, whether it takes 10 days or whatever, following the enthronement. Praising to Sakya Pandita having numerous vision of Avalokiteshvara, Tara, and so on. Praising to the unique physical characteristics of Sakya Pandita, whose body features some of the 32 major marks. Now the Mandala offering is made in requesting the teachings. Please turn the wheel of Dharma according to the various dispositions of higher, medium, and lesser vehicles. Today, according to the tradition in Sakya, giving teaching on the clarifying stages of intent, oral transmission. So today, to mark the auspicious beginning, I will offer a succinct viewpoint. It will be not possible to offer teaching the whole thing. First to start with, for a few minutes, but maybe to meditate, or in order to stabilize everybody's thoughts, I would like to request everybody to take a couple of minutes to meditate, to achieve stillness. The purpose of this is so that our mind is, often we have so many thoughts, they're always wandering away where. Before we do the formal practice, say whether before you do a ritual or ceremony, giving teachings, receiving teachings, it is important to stabilize our mind. So if we want to meditate for a minute, it will bear great many benefits. Therefore, at the very beginning, we will do a short meditation. Motivated by great compassion, for the sake of all sentient beings, I must achieve Buddhahood. For that purpose, we are going to receive this transmission. With this good, noble intention, we will do a short meditation. Before offering the oral transmission of this text, this clarifying the sage's intent is composed by Sakya Pandita. I would like to say a little bit about the composer. The composer of this text is Sakya Pandita, among the 5 founding masters. Sakya Pandita hails from the Kun family, whose father is Pacheopo and mother Nyiticham. He was born in Sakya itself, it appears. 1082, Tibetan 26th of first Tibetan lunar month. Born in Sakya, with numerous auspicious signs when he was very young, when he was just able to crawl, maybe 1 or 2 years old. He was able to speak numerous languages. Likewise, he able to draw many drawings and paintings. The mother Nyiticham observed this, and she was still slightly worried. Why so young, speaking so many unusual languages, writing all sorts of scribblings. She was a little bit worried about his, and then consulted the elder brother of Pacheopo Jizun Trokpa Gyaltsen, uncle. Trokpa Gyaltsen was consulted. This young boy is writing so many drawings and speaking many foreign languages. Jizun Trokpa Gyaltsen said, console them. There's no need to worry. This young Dongse able to speak many languages. In fact, that he was writing many things. These are Sanskrit language. So when he was so young, there was very hardly anybody in Sakya who knew Sanskrit. But he not only spoke in Sanskrit, but also writing them in Sanskrit. And then after he has drawn them on the ground, he would erase them, fearing that people will walk over them. So in this way, of course, it will not be able to talk his extensive biography, but I thought of sharing you small important points here. So this is his speaking Sanskrit and various other languages, as well as writing. By naturally, nobody having taught him. Also, as he grew up, he then studied. When he received the name when he was a young boy, then Tundru. Then later on, he received the Upasaka vow from his uncle Trokpa Gyaltsen, who gave him the name Kunga Gyaltsen. At that time, Kunga Gyaltsen, and from his father Pacheopo, he received various mantra initiations and practices. Then, as his age matured a bit, then he received arrival of the Kashmiri Pandit Jaktishi. He received the coordination and received many teachings. And also, when Kashmiri Pandita taught in Sanskrit, Sakya Pandita was reading the Tibetan text. But when he offered his examination, he spoke in Sanskrit when the oral examination was held. So Kachi Pandit was very surprised the unique linguistic prowess of Sakya Pandita. And Kashmir Pandita had 9 others are junior Panditas. Many of them were skilled in various things like arts, poetry, and linguistics. And so he learned from all the 9 panditas, and he excelled in many fields of study. So he became master in all 5 fields of studies. Sakya Pandita is regarded as, we always see him as someone who is learned in philosophy. Most people think it's a philosophy or something, but actually that was not the case. I used to think like that myself, but Sakya Pandita is one who was learned not in the philosophy and the logic, but also he was medicine, art, and linguistics. So statues making, building statues, and also he was skilled in medicine. Of course, there were numerous types of herbal medicine. He became very specialized in medicine, also on medicine. Likewise, he was learned in linguistics and particularly Sanskrit. The reason is that he translated many texts from Sanskrit into Tibetan. If a person didn't master Sanskrit linguistics, it will be very difficult to translate the Buddhist texts into Tibetan properly. So therefore, mastery of the Sanskrit linguistic was one of his, and also he was very learned in Buddhist logic, Pramana. But when we logic, we are not referring to mere art of debating. It actually refers to one who is able to clarify one's own doubts by logical reasoning, many questions, whatever kind of doubts arises, by using the epistemological, logical reasoning, he was able to clarify all doubts. All the questions one have is all clarified. And once it become very, very clarified, the more one is become clarified in one's thoughts and reasoning, that much mind is clarified and become very calm and still. That's why the logic became very important. The 5th one is the inner science, study of perfection, wisdom, the Vinaya, Abhidharma. He learned in all those 5 fields of study. That's why when he was with Kashmiri Pandita, they all unanimously conferred him the title Mahapandita. Mahapandita referring to someone who's learned in great many fields of study. So they are not this not is unheard before that any Tibetan is receiving the title Pandita, particularly offered by Indian masters. Of course, there are Panditas in India, but not many in Tibet. So Sakya Pandita was the first to receive the title Pandita. Having received the Bhikshu ordination from Kashmiri Pandita, so because he had already got Kunga Gyaltsen, then Pal Sangbo was pre-suffixed as a sign of receiving the Bhikkhu ordination from Kashmiri Pandita Sakya Shri. Usually the abbot who gives the ordination usually gives a part of their name. So Pal Sangbo is name given by Kashmiri Pandita, and he was conferred the title Mahapandita, great scholar. Likewise, there are 10 main fields of study in India. And he, having studied that from the Panditas, he introduced them to Tibet. On top of the 5 I mentioned before, various astrologies, prosody, poetry writing, and also the drama. Of course, Tibet had the medicine and astrology before, but they become like various people were brought many kinds of thoughts. Sakya Pandita standardized all of those existing fields of study and become standardized. What we have, all these the Tibetan poetry, musicology, prosody, and all of these were very much established and standardized by Sakya Pandita. Of course, there were bits and pieces here and there, but it was Sakya Pandita could be the founding father of standardizing all the 10 fields of study. And we are great debt to Sakya Pandita's work. This I thought was going to be useful to highlight his contribution. Likewise, when people translated from Sanskrit into Tibetan, most of them have to do collaborative translation, working with Indian Panditas and Tibetan translators. There were very few who could do all on his own, but Sakya Pandita was only who was able to translate from Sanskrit into Tibetan on his own without needing the collaboration work of an Indian Pandita. So this is one of the very wondrous contribution and skill that he excelled. Likewise, in Tibet, the spread of logic system that came in Tibet, but usually the Indian philosophical kind of pramana or logic was taught into Tibet. Sakya Pandita was able to synthesize what really was logic, and he was able to synthesize the understanding of the Buddhist logic that came to Tibet. Then he wrote the Treasury of Logic, Semarikter. All the other Pramana Vartika, the Pramanavishya, two of the major the Buddhist logic texts by Dharmakirti, he translated them and he gave them teachings on them. Then these days, of course, people study Pramana Vartika and other Indian Brahmanika texts, but Sakya Pandita's own original work on Buddhist logic is a valid contribution that an indigenous Tibetan scholar has ever written on such an important topic. This Pramana, Sakya Pandita's treasure of knowledge, because he was all the Indian Panditas, such as Sakya Pandita, Sakya Shri, and all the Indian Panditas, then Pandita's treasure of logic, and then it became translated into English, into Sanskrit. There was the first unprecedented that Tibetan author's writing was translated back into Sanskrit. So Pramana Yukta Nidhi, which is the treasure of knowledge, not only have synthesized the meaning of all the Indian texts on Buddhist logic, it became so important that his writing on Buddhist logic was the almost only known Tibetan or indigenous scholars writing translated into India. I thought I'd like to highlight that. Also, when the Mongol rulers exercised rule over China, the whole Mongolia become converted into Buddhism. Sakya Pandita can be seen as the introducer of Buddhism to Mongolia, and he also influenced to invent a new written system of Mongolia, and as well as many Buddhist writings, Tibetan writings were translated into Mongolian language. So we could see the valid contribution Sakya Pandita of the spread of Buddhism to Mongolia. Then also another fact mentioned is 6 great Indian scholars led by Harinanda. They were very much learned scholars. And in those days, scholars of different schools usually engage in formal debating contest. And so this Harinanda and other 6 Indian masters came to debate with Sakya Pandita. They had the tradition of whoever engages in the formal debate, if either of the 2 lose the debate, then one needs to be converted into the victor's teaching, or if the heretics lose the debate, they need to become Buddhist. So these 6 great Indian scholars led by Harinanda, not only he was learned, but he also had a lot of magical feats that he could fly and so on. So Harinanda and these people have already caused great trouble and distraction of Buddhism in India. And so they become very, very indomitable Indian heretic. And they cause a lot of damage in India, Buddhism in India. And having heard the fame of Sakya Pandita in Tibet, they came to contest Sakya Pandita. At that time, the Kashmiri Pandita who have said that the Sakya Pandita is not only learned, but also one who has also had great special power. So it seems like Kashmiri Pandit Shakyashiri may have played some role to organize a formal debating contest on the border town of Kirong in Western Tibet. So after a long debate over 13 days, Sakya Pandita completely vanquished his opponent Harinanda. So since Buddhism and its teachings came all from India, India is the origin of Buddhism. If the teachings of Buddhism in India were uprooted and causing a lot of danger, Sakya Pandita at that time, for the benefit of the overall revival of Buddhism, his defeat of Harinanda became a very important turning point. Then another thing I'd like to mention is visually you see the Shakyamuni Buddha's image called protuberance. It's only Shakyamuni Buddha has the protuberance. Otherwise, there's no, maybe Nagarjuna is also known to have the protuberance. Otherwise, there's hardly anyone is known, no one is known to have such physical feature on the ground. Sakya Pandita is only one known to be a Tibetan master who has the protuberance on his crown. So Sakya Pandita had this very distinct physical feature, like Nagarjuna in India and Sakya Pandita in Tibet. So isn't this is a very wondrous quality to note. Then at that time, even in Tibet, there were many scholars. All scholars have various assertions regarding Pratimoksha, Bodhisattva, and Vajrayana. So at that time, Sakya Pandita also composed the classification of the three vows, what Pratimoksha, Bodhisattva, and Tantric vows entailed, and the theory and practice. So it explained how to practice Pratimoksha and Bodhisattva, just with study, theory, and practice, as well as concerning the first vows and samaya of Vajrayana. This is all contained in his great famous text called Classification of the Three Vows. Then another text that Sakya Pandita wrote is the elegant saying, Sakya Likshe. Sakya Likshe is so well known. It's only named as Sakya Likshe, but actually it is on the lips of most Tibetan orators, scholars. It's so respected. Sakya Likshe is very relevant to people of all, whether in temporal or spirituals, whether a person wise, foolish, ordinary person, how they should live. It's a relevant way to how to live wisely and carefully according to the civil society. So another thing is that Sakya Pandita became the spiritual preceptor of the Yuan dynasty. Having gone to China, he stayed in China, and he passed away in China. At least 6 or 7 years. It is there. Then he wrote the clarifying sages of intent. These clarifying sages intent, Tuba Gonsal, was, he said, this is for the Tibetan people. And if anybody who reads and understands these texts, he then deliberately wrote, and he sent Tibet, saying that you don't need to separate oral transmission of Lung, and therefore he sent these clarifying sages intent to Tibet. So that's a brief story. When he became the spiritual preceptor to the Yuan dynasty emperor, when many great scholars, Chinese great emperor deliberately gathered all scholars, and then he invited Sakya Pandita. He knew that Sakya Pandita was a very great learned scholar, but in order to test whether Sakya Pandita possessed any spiritual powers or not, so then the Chinese magicians were hired to create an illusory palace in an island, and then it is said that a throne was built, and but under the throne was so many Buddhist scriptures, and they made him to sit on this. So saying that if he has spiritual power, he would not sit on such a seat, all made out of holy scriptures. When Sakya Pandita came inside the celestial, the wondrous palace, he consecrated by strewing grains of rice. All the magically created the temple could not be dismantled by the magicians. And also, after he went and straight away sat on the throne. The king said, even though he's very learned, but he doesn't have any foresight or spiritual power, because he's sitting on the throne, not knowing it is full of scriptures. But later, when Sakya Pandita left, they realized all the scriptures they put under the throne, all the disappeared. All the text was empty pages. So when they checked carefully, all the texts, the letters were all manifested in the sky. So then the emperor realized Sakya Pandita was not just learned scholar, but also have lots of foreknowledge, and clairvoyant as well as spiritual power. So then he decided to honor him as his spiritual master. Then in 1251, on 14th of the 11th month, in that very palace, he passed away. So this is the brief biography of the composer of the text, is clarifying the sage's intent. So when it says sages, means to refer to Shakyamuni Buddha, sage's intent. All the thoughts clarifying sage's intent, meaning what are the great noble intent and views, in order to clarify and illuminate these thoughts of the Buddha. So therefore, title of his text, Clarifying the Sage's Intent, is about how to elucidate the thoughts and teachings of the Shakyamuni Buddha. So the clarifying sage's intent, if I were to say very succinctly, according to my understanding, there are 7 points. First point is the Buddha nature. This is not talking about the race of like the Brahmins or various professions. We're not referring to the race of the human profession, caste system in India. This refers to the Buddha nature, refers to the potential of attaining Buddhahood. The Tathagata Garbha, everyone who has a potential to have the Buddha nature. So that's concerning the Buddha potential, who all have capacity to attain enlightenment. Not only is the power to attain Buddhahood is not, mere potential is not sufficient. The potential has to be met with meet with the Dharma, meet with the spiritual teachers. One has to find more opportunity to listen, study, practice. All of these opportunities, causes and condition causes the potential, the Buddha, the very seed of the Buddha nature. The seed, merely seed itself doesn't grow. It needs the soil, water, sunlight. If all the causes and condition causes the seed to be germinated, all sentient beings, though possess the Buddha potential, but they need to be met with all the possessive, harmonious causes and conditions to give rise to the Buddha nature. So that's the first point. Second is the refuge. So the refuge refers to, for the Buddhists, is the most important. It is the refuge. The one who has refuge or not refuge is distinguished whether one is Buddhist or not. So having refuge in the triple gem, takes refuge in the 3 gems. The 3 gems, 3 objects of refuge. Buddha is the Buddha who teaches them, who shows the path. He's teaching you the way from how to get from Puruwala to Delhi or where you want to go to Chandigarh. Someone who shows you the way is the Buddha. The road itself, the path itself is the Dharma. So the Sangha is the one who teaches you to travel on the path, who assists us to follow on the path. So this Buddha gem, Dharma gem, Sangha gem are the 3 gems. One who seeks refuge in these 3 objects of refuge, there are things one is allowed to do, prohibited, things we are the one not meant to do, things we are meant to do. So, for instance, one should not take refuge in the worldly gods. So one needs to distinguish this very clearly. One having gone to refuge in the Buddha, one should not take refuge in the worldly gods. One can respect the worldly gods. It doesn't mean you should disrespect other worldly gods. Even if you are a good Buddhist, doesn't mean that you have to show respect to Hindu or Muslims or other. So if you don't show respect to other religious traditions, even then it's no sign that you're a good Buddhist. Even though refuge is in the triple gem, the respect must be rendered to all other religious traditions. This is very important. It doesn't mean that when we follow the correct path, others are wrong. So we need to accord proper respect to others. Also, second is by taking refuge in the Dharma, we should not cause any harm to sentient beings. Whether you beat or kick sentient beings or dogs, or mentally not having any ill will or malice, or wishing that they break the leg or have the hands broken. This kind of ill motivation or ill will, verbally saying harsh words, bad words, having taken refuge in the Dharma, one is not meant to cause any harm to other sentients. Having taken refuge in the Sangha, one should not become too badly influenced by friends who follow the opposite of the Buddhism. It doesn't mean that you should be skillful in not falling under the influence of those who don't believe. Person who is always drinking, if you really go accompany those people who are always drinking, you will easily influenced by their drinking habit. Or when you associate with people who smoke, you will be influenced by smoke. Then you also become almost influenced to take up smoking. So in order that you do not become under the influence of such habits of the other people, one need to be cautious. So those people who don't believe in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha as refuge, if you go with them, then they might say there is no Buddha, no Dharma, no teaching of Bodhichitta or emptiness. There is no future rebirth, no early rebirth. When we become used to this, we are being so ordinary, we become very easy to be influenced. We could be easily swayed. So there's a story. So there's a story about a man telling that what you have got is not horse, not goat, not dog. So he was caused to have doubts with all the animals he had, and then he lost his faith in what he had. So if you get so influenced badly, it will totally sway your faith. It doesn't mean that you should not have friends who are others, but doesn't also means that we need to be skillful and careful not to fall under their negative influences. We're not saying they're necessarily negative. We're just saying that we have to be skillful so that their ways does not become detrimental to your beliefs. So, not taking refuge in the worldly gods, those who are themselves not free from samsara, it's no way that they are worthy of going for refuge in. So having taken refuge in the Dharma, one should physically, verbally, mentally should not cause any sentient beings. So when we say sentient being, we maybe think it's only humans, any sentient being, not just humans and dogs. Sentient being means all sentient beings. So we need to abstain from harming any other sentient being. And having taken refuge Sangha, we should be skillful and be careful who we become friendly with. So having practicing Dharma, we need to restrain the non-virtuous deeds. Third main point is generation of Bodhichitta, Semke. Concerning the refuge, Khenche Ape Rinpoche said, if those who take refuge he said that there's no great detailed exposition on the refuge than in the clarifying the sages of intent. So they really wanted to study about refuge, they should specifically study the chapter on refuge in clarifying the sages' intent. This is what Khenche Ape Rinpoche said. The third one is generation Bodhichitta. If we think about generation Bodhichitta means developing courage. we don't have courage, we couldn't help other sentient beings. In ordinary terms, bodhicitta means courage. So we're talking about whether the person has the ability to fight with the wild animals. So this kind of courage or bravery of an ordinary person. So we have to distinguish whether it's courage or stubbornness. So the ordinary worldly terms, the courage here refers to one who has bodhicitta. Bodhisattva have this very strong courage to achieve Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings, or wishing to have the enlightenment for all sentient beings. So this kind of courageous intent is without the strong courage to work for the sake of all sentient beings, it is not bodhicitta. So when we refer to bodhisattva is one who has very strong courage. For instance, when an ordinary person inside one family, maybe a family of 3 or 4, so maybe the family member thinks about the well-being of just these 4 or 5 people, each and every one of the 4 family members. But if we are able to have the strong sense of responsibility and courage for all sentient beings, it's no ordinary courage. When we think about developing the thought of enlightenment, it's not extending from 1 or 2 or 3 family members, but to all sentient beings. Just imagine, it has to be something very extraordinary. So bodhisattvas has conceived this courage. Where does this thought arise? This comes from compassion, wishing other sentient beings to be free from suffering and causes of suffering. It is from the compassion arises the bodhicitta. The compassion arises from be free, have happiness and cause of happiness. So wanting sentient beings to be happy without any problems, but only have happiness. So from loving kindness arises compassion, and from compassion arises bodhicitta. So where does loving kindness arises? Because we believe in the law of reincarnation, not only this, but many uncountable thousands of lives before, as well as many in the future. In each and every single rebirth, we have had parents like present life. So therefore, we would have just as so many parents and so many mothers. For instance, all sentient beings would have been at some time or another, would have been our mother. So because of that, each life has one mother. On each life would have recorded us this kindness of the present life's mother. So if one were to take the liberty to just failure to recognize them, who they were in the past. But if we were to consider carefully, they are just unrecognized mothers. So if every single lifetimes we have had mothers as kind as loving kindness like this present mother, then we are indebted to be kind and grateful to every single mother. So this is knowing the mother and then remembering her kindness and then resolve to repay her kindness. So then wanting her to be happy and causes happiness. So recognition of mother, remembering her kindness, resolve to repay her kindness, and then that develop loving kindness towards the mother. Then also one sees the suffering of mother, we want her to be free from suffering and cause of suffering. So you can see the generation of thought bodhicitta derives from this. So when we talk about bodhicitta, first meditate on the equality of self and others. Just as oneself wishes to be happy, other sentient beings also wish to be happy, do not want to have any suffering, just as myself. So meditating on the equality of oneself and others. Just as I wish to have happiness, be not free from suffering, then others also do the same. It's my mother is important, or your mother is important. Of course, at the moment we might say, oh, this present life's mother is more important, but then everybody has a mother, And so everybody being equal is called meditation, or equality between self and others. After that, then we made to exchanging self with others. So then wishing the suffering of others to ripen upon me and wanting my happiness to go to others. So that shows how you slowly train your courage to be able to meditate on equality and then being able to exchange self with others. So the fourth point after bodhicitta is practicing of the 6 paramitas, 6 perfections. Please have tea, make a tea offering. So they're saying the grace before tea. So if you have a drink, please, you can do the same. So the offering of tea offering also was made in honor of Sakya Pandita. Now, the Master of Discipline is reading the special texts of this request written by the benefactors who's making this tea offering. Usually is addressing the presiding master, the holy sanghas, listing some of the important ones, their name, as this is an offering made by the Sakya Molam organizing committee. The source of benefit is Dharma. The source of Dharmas is long life of great teaching, like His Holiness Dalai Lama, His Holiness Sakya Gongma Trizin, 42nd, as well as 43rd, Lord Ludin Khen Rinpoche, as all the great Dharma holders. May all of them live long, may their wishes be fulfilled. And in order to bring great benefit to the world, we have make offerings. They're listing the offerings made, Mandala Offering, or representing the holy body, the statues, speech, the scriptures, the mind, the stupa, offering to they list all the offerings made to different high lamas, the amount. They're listing the various offerings offered to different high lamas according to their status. There's a little bit of discrimination, but out of respect, higher lamas get higher offerings in order to allay the obstacles that the world is facing, to fulfill the wishes, bring peace in this world. So the offerings is made for the happiness, peace in the world, long life of the teachers. Then another benefactor's request, very similar, listing the names. Listing some of the benefactor's name from Sakya Chopakling. I'm not sure where that center is located, either in Southeast Asia, I think. So these are the only few foreign benefactors, and they managed to get in spite of the restrictions. Most of the other foreign center members were not able to participate like us due to the COVID-19. So the next is the 6 parameters, 6 perfections. Briefly speaking, the 6 perfections are just as the Buddha potential that we all have. If we want to reach the Buddha enlightenment, one needs to practice the 6 parameters. First is generosity. To practice generosity means that giving things something that we do not need. That I don't think constitutes true generosity. To practice generosity, you need to have intent. You have to have a good intent to benefit others. If I can give this to him, it will benefit him. So they are giving material gifts in order to benefit somebody. Secondly, teaching Dharma. Maybe some people are fighting or causing injury, or in order to prevent them from harming each other. So preventing them from what you call fear and insecurity. Giving somebody else's things to others is not giving. It has to be giving something that oneself owns it, and with a good intent with the intention to benefit the recipient. So generosity practice. Second is observing self-discipline. The self-discipline refers to is through one's body, speech, and mind, how to abstain from the 10 non-virtuous deeds. Physically, verbally, and mentally, not doing any non-virtuous deeds. This prevention of doing any non-virtuous deeds from our body is called self-discipline or moral ethics. Then practicing patience. Meditating on patience means you have to have a very stable mind. Even if someone harm or verbal abuse, you don't let it to anger you or upset you. Do not become short-tempered. So one has to have a very strong ability to stabilize one's mind, not being easily swayed or disturbed. Whether someone kicks you or shouts at you or yells at you, develop compassion to them. They are doing this, but I should not retaliate, and not harming any, and not causing any harm. Even though one is harmed, but still. So if you cannot do any harm to others, but still think that I didn't harm him back, doesn't mean it's patience. So practicing diligence means whatever you are doing virtuous deeds, you are very, very intent, very rejoicing, very joyfully engaging in virtuous activities is practicing diligence. Next is meditating on calm abiding meditation and insight. Calm abiding means you have to stabilize mind, whether you want a horse or a car, wherever you want to go, you want to make sure that your mount, the horse or the car should be useful to go wherever you want to go. Right now, our mind is not always useful. It doesn't really stay with us. It is wandering everywhere. We do not have control over mind. So being able to gain control over one's mind, stabilize, tranquilize the mind, it is called calm abiding or tranquilizing meditation. There's lots of meditation that in the West talk about yoga and meditation. They mainly are learning to do calm abiding or shamatha meditation. When one is able to stabilize mind one-pointedly, then the mind can be redirected to whatever virtuous activities we wanted to engage. Mind is able to fulfill 100% whatever you want to do. Because of that, mind is one-pointed concentration. So calm abiding is very important. There's vipassana or lakthong, means extraordinarily seeing. Right now, I can see the pillar, but I can see the extraordinary thing, the emptiness of the ultimate nature of things, not just merely seeing, but seeing the actual ultimate meaning of things. That is extraordinary seeing, called special insight. The insight meditation, seeing the nature of reality as it is. So in this way, from generosity, self-discipline, patience, diligence, meditation, and wisdom. After this, there's four persuasions, four persuasive techniques. This is how to influence others, how we can positively influence and persuade other people, whether you want to practice giving. Practicing giving is a persuasive technique. Second is in order to please somebody. So please them according to the Dharma, speaking them kind words to persuade to practice Dharma. That's second one. Third is to causing them to do. You actually wanted to become a party to make them to read, study, practice. So delegating or engaging someone. Fourth one is the other sentient beings to practice Dharma. You are deliberately doing it for sake of them, in order to influence them to do, in order to motivate and empower them to do. So these are four brief things about the four persuasive practices. After that, there are 5 paths. The 5 paths are path of accumulation. Path of accumulation and path of preparations are people who are in the worldly existence. So path of accumulation, path of preparation. Maybe they might understand maybe conceptually what it means by emptiness, but still in samsara. Whereas the path of seeing and path of meditation are for practitioners who have gone beyond samsara, who have already reached the first, second, third bhumi. They already have free from samsara because they can see the nature of things as they are. They have already become bodhisattva, exalted bodhisattvas. They realize the nature of phenomena and emptiness nature of things. Path of seeing, when the path of seeing become very much accustomed, there's a path of accumulation. Sorry, path of meditation rather. Then the 5th one is path of no more learning, that one has reached the highest state of enlightenment, that there's no more needing to learn. Then after that, when you have reached the practice this, then are 10 bhumis. From that first bhumi of joyful teeth until the clouds of Dharma, each of the 10 bhumis have, each of the faults are reduced, qualities and wisdoms increases. So the 10 gradual stages of path of bhumis, the faults become reduced, quality become increased. So when one reaches the 10th bhumi, then one has reached the perfect enlightenment. So all these are description of the different qualities of the 10 bodhisattvas. So in this way, these are just brief sort of outline of clarifying the sage's intent. There are many lamas, kempos. It's not so appropriate for me to. Most of you, there are lots of them are here who I have received teaching from. So it is just a token that I'm offering this teaching. So as auspicious mark, I will read few pages as auspicious in the beginnings. For the benefit of all sentient beings, may you have reach state of enlightenment. We must reach the Buddhahood. For the sake of this, we must receive the oral transmission of them and practice accordingly. Generating the Bodhichitta properly, please listen to this. What you're going to listen to this is the great Sakya Pandita, great victorious one, who has written, who has composed, clarifying the sage's intent. So, the Indian angle, Munimata Prakashas, in Tibetan language, is the Tube Gombaraptu Sava, is clarifying the sages, pay homage to the Guru and Manjushri. The salutary remarks or paying homage to before the actual text itself. So according to the first of the 10 stages practice expounded in the Mahayana Sutra Kala, we can define the Buddha nature or spiritual propensity as the natural cause of Buddhahood, which all sentient beings have possessed from beginningless time. The developed Buddha nature and spiritual propensities, on the other hand, is present only in those who have produced the thought of enlightenment. We may say that the natural Buddha nature or spiritual propensity is support, and the developed Buddha nature or spiritual propensity is the supported. In order to practice the Mahayana, one's Buddha nature must first be awakened from the Mahayana rays. There are 4 signs to indicate that this has occurred. In Sanskrit, the meaning of the Buddha nature is called Gotra. So possessing the great compassion from the beginning, even before commencing the practice, having faith in the 3 jewels, possessing patience towards others who do harm to ourselves, possessing a natural inclination to perform virtuous deeds. These are the 4. So these are the 4 signs of Buddha nature. There are 4 impairments to the awakening of the Buddha race within us. Being completely under the power of defilements. In other words, while actions are driven by afflictive emotions such as desire, anger, ignorance, in this situation, thought or practice of Dharma does not arise. Being under the influence of evil or bad friends and teachers, under such influence, we cannot turn our minds towards spiritual friends. A false teacher who preaches the wrong path leads us away from the true teachings. Being poor can also impair our spiritual practice. This means that being obstructed from entering the Dharma through lack of adequate food, clothing, shelter, and other basic necessities. The 4th cause of impairment, being under the power of others, that one has no freedom. This means lacking any independence to do whatever we like to do. So therefore, when we are under the influence of others, power of the parents or power of cousins or relatives or partners, when one has no ability to practice Dharma, so under the power of wife or husband, the person may have no power to practice Dharma accordingly. So one's Buddha nature can be impaired under these things. So in this way, our Buddha nature can, there are beings, also some people's Buddha nature could be severed. There are some beings whose spiritual propensity has been temporarily severed. There are 4 principal categories of beings in this situation. Those who lack virtues conducive enlightenment, those who perform only misconduct. 3rd, those who have spoiled and seed of the positive factors. And the 4th, those who possess the seed but have not ripen through performing virtuous deeds. So in this way, there are some people's Buddha nature can be temporarily severed by these four conditions. So, in order to take refuge in the triple gem, one needs to take refuge in the triple gem. One needs to know the distinction between the worldly and non-worldly refuge. There are common and uncommon refuge in the, such as the Pratyeka Buddhas and Sravaka. That's a common refuge. Of course, refuge has a cause, object, faith. Various distinction can be made within this about refuge. The Bodhisattvas, for Bodhisattva, the main primary cause of going for refuge is compassion. In the worldly life, the worldly people, they take refuge in the Brahma, in Indra. They may be fear from the worldly things. Some people even take refuge in the trees and some nature and spirits. And they cannot protect oneself from fear because they themselves are caught in samsara. Because even if one takes refuge in the right objects of refuge, if one's motivation is for worldly purposes, then the mental attitude itself restricts oneself having much benefit. For the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas take refuge primarily in the Sangha. In the perfection of wisdom, take refuge mainly in the Buddha. Buddha is the main object refuge, whereas the Dharma and the Sangha are both abandonable refuge objects, like a raft. So therefore, main objects of refuge is the Buddha, as stated in the Mayan Uttara Tantra Shastra. Here we will not go into describing the refuge according to Vajrayana tradition. So there are some other distinction between the Buddhist lineages, whether the Sravakas do not regard Buddha as having three kayas. In the Mahayana, we refer to Buddha as on the Bodhisattvas are the Sanghas. Time also differ. The worldly people take refuge for the temporary purpose in this very life, where the Sravakas, the Pratyakas take refuge for the purpose of to reach the nirvana. They do not take refuge until essence enlightenment reaches, whereas the Mahayana take refuge until the essence of enlightenment reaches for the benefit of all sentient beings. So when to talk a refuge, it refers to, so as long as one lives is the refuge of the Sravakas. Whereas taking refuge, as long as one lives, some people refer to this as long as mind stream remains. So Bodhisattvas vows have to have unique characteristics. Purpose of taking refuge also there's very many distinctions. For one's taking refuge, mainly for oneself attaining nirvana is the Pratyeka Buddhas and Sravakas. So attaining enlightenment by themselves without relying on those of the teachers. It is stated in the Uttara Tantra Shastra that because of the motivation and interest are different, so the refuge is three. So this will conclude the short oral transmission of the clarifying sages of intent. Please please have a very peaceful, have a joyful attitude. Particularly, I'm saying this to young people. do not think about that tomorrow will be better than today. You don't think like that. Just have to make sure that today you have a very peaceful, joyful mind today. Instead of thinking about tomorrow, we have no way what tomorrow is like. Tomorrow has another tomorrow, another tomorrow. So if you start thinking of tomorrow, you will fail to become very always worry and have anxiety because we think too much about tomorrow. We should be practical to be happy and joyful today in a very short manner. So we need to we should be joyful that our teachers, His Holiness Sakya Teacher Rinpoche, Luden Khenche Rinpoche, His Holiness Dalai Lama, all our very role models are healthy and they are still guiding us all. We should think like that. We are all direct disciples. 42nd, Luden Khenche Rinpoche. We should rejoice while they're all alive. We should stay very diligent in our practice. So instead of thinking there's any alternative practice than fulfilling their wishes, then we are missing the point. So people talk about practicing Dharma to have some vision of the deities. It's nothing very unique, Why should you? When we have our own teachers living our presence, we should rejoice their kindness and blessings, and that way we are going to be really happy. Otherwise, what's the point of seeing the deity's face in your meditation? We have to practice Mahayana Vajrayana. There's no more important than our teachers. Even deities see your face, what is it going to do? Our teachers are living in person and guiding us, practicing, showing us. Since our root gurus are alive, if we cannot understand these teachings, even if we meet the Buddha in person or deities, whatever, there's nothing extraordinary seeing deities or even Buddhas. So therefore, have a very kind and joyful mind, happy mind, thinking that we have our teachers alive. Of course, samsara has many problems, but don't dwell on those problems and negativities. But always think about the positive things. If we see some problems, see them as a nature of samsara. Do not let them bother you. That's the nature of existence. Think of the positive things. Even things are very difficult. Our teachers' mind is stream is all never let things to disturb. So they let the mind be really stable and calm and unperturbable. So we also should try to have a very happy, peaceful, joyful mind in the present moment, present situation, not worrying about tomorrow. Even if you become Buddhahood, I don't know what it would be like other than having a very peaceful mind, mental continuum. So therefore, while our teachers are alive, we should rejoice. I'm not saying that you should practice day and night without any break, driving yourself masochistically to practice. I'm not propagating that. You should relax. You should have joyful mind, and you will be able to live without any regret. Everything is impermanent. For our purpose that our teachers have come into life, our karma has earned our teacher to be with us. So even if you wanted to take your gurus when unwell to very special hospitals, that's not going to make them live long. So how we honor our gurus is these days people are making offerings to the teacher but not actually listening to their teachings, instructions. Offering the big amounts of things, materials, is not going to benefit much to the guru. We have to follow the very instructions of the teachings. We need to practice. You should never think, you should not think, what would be the thing that I can do small things. One should, when we practice Dharma, there is no ordinary people. Whether it's a monk or ordinary person, you shouldn't think that I'm ordinary. As long as your Dharma is in you, you're already very fortunate. As long as you practice Dharma, you don't remain, you shouldn't think that, you shouldn't distinguish between being ordinary. One should, small practice of Dharma you do, whatever you, Tara Puja or Sadhana or Mantra, whatever you do, the benefit of that will definitely, 100%, there will be merit. And you should do them rejoicingly as an offering to your gurus, long life, fulfillment of their wishes. You shouldn't think, oh, what's the point of me doing this practice? You should think that if I offer this small practice for the benefit of all sentient beings, so you shouldn't think, you shouldn't belittle and look down upon oneself. If that's the case, our teacher would have never given the teachings. So when the teacher gives teachings, knowing that you will know how to do the practice, you will know how to have the right attitude. So the gurus have given their time in teaching. We should have great faith, have joyful, happy, have faith in the gurus, and their aspiration, their blessings are as real and as present as any deity or Buddha you want to have them to be. Everything depends on how we think. Our mind is the forerunner of everything. So you should dedicate your practice to your guru's fulfillment of wishes, benefit of sentient beings. If the intent is there with our practice, we should dedicate for those purposes. So with this I will conclude. Let's do the dedication of merit. May all beings be ferried from the ocean of samsara by these merits. Just as the Manjushri and Samandabhadra has advocated the dedication merit by training after them, may I too of dedication of all these merits. Just as all the past Buddha, present and future Buddhas have praised the practice of dedication merits, may I too, following the noble examples of Samandabhadra, dedicate the merit by the blessings of the three kayas, of the triple kayas, and the incontrovertibility of the ultimate meaning of the Dharma. May all the wishes we have made become fulfilled. Now we're making Mandala Offering, thanking His Holiness first inaugural teaching on the clarifying sages intent, together with a short reading transmission of the on the Buddha nature and partly on the refuge. You can see on the screen that is Dharma Sonampalki, His Holiness 43rd Gyanavajra Rinpoche's Dharma, his consort. They have Jitsuma and Dongses. So she is one of our very holy Dharma Kushos. Now she's we can call it first Sakya lady, the reigning first Sakya lady, I suppose you can say that. Now they're reciting the long life prayer of His Holiness 43rd Sakya Trizin, His Holiness Gyanavajra Rinpoche. I think during the long life prayer of this His Holiness 41st Sakya Kongma Trizin Rinpoche, all Kunga line of Kondivan, giving joy to benefit all, honor of the greatest secret path, wish fulfilling greatly, please live long. Meditating, thinking, listening, place upon a moral golden vest, teach, debate, compose Dharma's words, royal sublime refuge, please live long. Second Buddha, teacher of Lamre, valid path of Buddha taught through speech, teaching of the five founding Sakya master, you who teach like the Buddha, please live long. Having come, you beautify this world, holding Sakya's power temporal, radiating Sakya's Dharma words, Vaja like the secret, please live long. Triple gem and teacher, kind and true, Yidam and protector, full of might, profound and unchanging, sublime path. By these powers, may our wishes be fulfilled. Now reciting the long life prayer of His Holiness 42nd Sakya Tenzin Radhavaja Rinpoche. Lama Dorje Sume Joden, Tashi Genza Yundon Bayo Golajim. Now, on the prayer of Gyana Vajirumbache. Chelang Ujun Zaba Mebe Den Jume Taba Dambe Shiva Sangola Kunge Pejen Rinja. Tidu Rinja Jente Nebe Kakande Jeme Ngoza Jebe. Dojen Zembe Zojen Shabde So Chenye Shecha Tuja Kepe. Tijen Nelo Ngenja Jebe Gongan Jenze Tuja Lame. Dembe Zojen Jenje Shabde So Sije Jenjen Jamguan Zawa. Tenge Shecha Gunjen Bande Da Tuta Danya Kunde Rinjen. Gaza Danja Janja Shabde So Teda Laza Naba Dabe. Junye Dende Chosun Lama De Denze Jebe Jode Yeme Yabden Jelen Jebe Jode. This is the long life prayer of the Ding Kenshin Rinpoche. As you can see on the screen is His Holiness 42nd Sakya Tenzin Rinpoche's eldest daughter Jitsuma, and then next one is the Jitsuma, the daughter of Jitsuma of Gyanavaja Rinpoche, all Sakya Kon family. Zamlin Dembe Dabo Jazo, Zamlin Dendre Angando, Dabdazon, No give to down the give Dinzen Jaya Yasa, so Kuzerin Shendelan, Gunga Zang La Sowa, the Chodu Guzering La Sowa, the Chelen Tashin, Jela Sowa, Lama Jawa Me Presin Jela Guzerewa, Shindu Demba Da Tenzin Yenda Shindu Sawa, Tinda Shindwa Dawa Jaba, Kamba Dwajan Dingda Dele. Sakya Ba Yuri Ba Joja Da Zangbo Ye Tenba Yuri Ba Joja Jawa Saja Da Yuri Ba Joja Ba Yuri Ba Joja Prayer for the happiness of all that lives. Precious teaching of all that are the sole gate to all beings, enduring all times. May their spirit foster. Oh, boundless wisdom and compassion, holding teaching greater than lights. Fearless Guru, so virtuous friend, may they live long, may the numbers, showing virtual part to all living, be practicing, teaching, seizing with. May the pious Sangha stand, so may the effort flourish everywhere. For people gain a true word of the. May their minds be filled with mutual love. May their boundless joy, love, and grace. Take with the waving the gentle breeze of love. May the city filled with wealthy fall, clad in the finest colors of precious jewels, lining grace of clouds close above, the peacock jewels below, softly falling showers of gentle rain, swell the joyous of living beings. Meadow flowers cascade crown the hill, barrier hoods and crook where people sing in less of greater joy. May the all gravity know. Rulers govern well and peaceful, where subject with the ruler respect the studies with another, may the golden joy of the holy statues of the Congo, may the Damascus, Banda class over the super grammar, Lama class over by the prince of the monastery, spending time to teach the method, standing and practice the Malay people, novice monks, and holding pure snare, the moral, listening, thinking, meditating, spread the teachings of the Sugha, those who practice well, all distractions are undivided. Free from harmful and with devotion peacefully, may the spiritual practice grow. We who practice with special faith, we who practice in a circle, may we shun wrong living and live long. Pawala grow in wealth and Dharma grow, giving moral conduct, patience, and meditation with the answer. We perfect the Buddhas, may the values of the pieces gives them kinds of goals are thrown to swell, while the Dharma is taught properly. Interest harmonize for all, may all increase the benefit, clearing all the Dharma's hindrances, then perfect every gainful cause, any virtue that sages exalt. May such virtues increase, thus we pray. By the Guru's mercy and Guru, by the truth of such and all things, by the strength of all opinion, may the supplication be for glorious Sakya Master of the Lord, taught the Mahayana angel, Kunganjis, the King of may your blessings evermore. The Lama of all being Pandit, the wise and powerful Holy Manjushri, second but the Holy Manjushri, may your teachings evermore. All the secrets of the glory with the wise. Kungazambo Buddha Professor, may your teachings evermore. The glorious Sakya Center and Sangha, Rasa like ocean of mirror, vessel of Dharma action, judging series of the evil, Yaga Roma, Mavas embodiment, Shirazambo, seven orders of Zonga Karan, those all. May your teaching flourish, Yaga Buddha region, Sakya Manjushri, Veda Lion, Peter has the elephant of a Koran teaching, Bezaria, Mele calling his imprisonment, in out the evil. Vajradhara, lots of may teaching flourish everywhere. By the station coming to the by the teaching shining light of Sangha and Discipline. May the doctrine evermore, and may the teaching and the teacher, the method of the Sangha and Discipline, may the doctrine evermore, may the root lineage, may the blessings of the triples, may the Dharma Gandhi and Bamba, in echo with the ground these prayers. Gunga Jensen, Sambu Shaji, Pema, Trashi, John Travel, Lama, Chaja, Ben, Kera, Wanju, Jesun, Jambe, and Jawa, Niva, Pande, Sakya, Kemba, Yurin, Ebe, Trashi, and John, Joju, Jawa, Damchen, Samsun, Chidu, Yave, Lunden, Gunga, Zambo, Kemba, Yurin, Ebe, Trashi, Sakya, Joju, Joju. Zoli je jianzo da je che la de se be ze je yu de zhong jiren ji be zhe xi jo ma bam che je la ma ya ro rik be wan je xie ra zang bo ye de ne zhen be zo je zong ge Temba la yang tarve rashi yo tembe da wo bande sa. Oranje ringlo choja bawe rashi yo kange shasa yela chanza. Chena dule jawe baya. Dorje changa sarwa chuje je temba chojre jebe rashi. Da jode kamsu chamba da temba nye chendo sawa. Tenzin pala genden temba. Temba yuren debe trashi jo. Tembe bejo lame shabe den tenzin jewo saden yonla. Tembe jenda ngadan jirwa. Temba yuren debe trashi jo. Mokyo lama namje toje dan sebe. Koncho sumje chen. Zon tamjen jazo nudu. Jasam shushin drube trashi jo. So that concludes the inaugural teaching by His Holiness 43rd Sakya Tenzin Gyanavaja Rinpoche's teaching concludes here. So everybody, thank you very much. May you all be blessed with all masters and fulfill their wishes. Thank you for listening. Yeah, thank you.